Fans, good afternoon and welcome to Varsity Field, home of Southern Wesleyan softball here in Central South Carolina. Beautiful Thursday afternoon, mostly sunny. And Mars Hill will be leading off here in the top half of the first inning. If you're just joining us, we'll get you caught up with the starting lineup for both teams. Currently, Chloe Smith is inside the circle for the Warriors today. And she falls behind 3-1 to leadoff hitter and left fielder Alexis Nanny. So a 3-1 count here. Leadoff hitter. That one's going to be in there for a strike, so we're at a full count now. Slaps this one just foul in front of the Warriors dugout. Looking quickly at the Warriors infield, as we mentioned, Chloe Smith inside the circle pitching today. And the battery will be made up of Abby Schreiner behind the plate. First base, you'll see Abby Lawson. And second base will be Reagan Fulcher. Madison Crouch will be at shortstop. And Megan Ware will be anchoring down third base. Olivia Hagues in left field, Riley Brown in center field, and Madeline Knopp is in the flex position, also playing right field for head coach Clay Ardeeser this afternoon as Nanny draws a walk. So leadoff hitter for Mars Hill has made it to first base. Shortstop Bree Weimer stands in now for the Lions from Mars Hill, North Carolina. There's a called strike. Mars Hill comes in today 15-3 overall, 13-2 within their region. They have yet to play a conference schedule, so they're in the process playing the Warriors here today. Then on Saturday, Johnson C. Smith, then Shaw. It's going to be next Saturday, so a full almost week and a half before Mars Hill gets into conference action as this one is fouled off. Pushes the count to a 1-2 count here on Weimer. There's a ground ball to Crouch, not in time to go to second. She'll go across the diamond to first baseman Abby Lawson for the first out as Nanny reaches second base.
Now batting, number 7, Maya Schulter.
Catcher Maya Schulter, in for the Lions. As we mentioned, Mars Hill 15-3. They've won 9 in a row. 4-0 at home, 3-0 on the road, and they've played a lot of neutral sites. They're 8-3 there. Have 19 team home runs on the season and batting .350 on the year. So Mars Hill does a good job of getting on base with a .423 on base percentage. And they've scored 143 runs thus far this season. There's a fly ball deep right field, knocked back and makes the catch. A couple of steps in front of the fence, and that allows Nanny to reach third. So they have a runner, almost said 90 feet away, but Sarah Rexroad, the designated player, stands in now. Also the cleanup hitter for the Lions. Just confirmed Nanny is 60 feet away from scoring the Lions' first run. Rexroad hitting .370 on the season. As I mentioned, they're hitting .350 as a team. Leading hitter with enough bats to make the minimum is the second baseman, Sadie Cecil, who's actually on deck. Sadie's hitting cool .431. Ground ball to Lawson, and she'll take it, step on first base. So Chloe Smith has one runner reach, does not score. We'll head to the bottom half of the first inning. Mars Hill 0, Southern Wesleyan coming to bat. Welcome back to Varsity Field. Shortstop Maddie Crouch stands in for the Warriors. Maddie hitting just .125 on the season, so she's yet to hit her stride as that pitch gets up and away to the backstop. She just had one home run and one RBI, and Maddie is making her 16th start. Has played in all 16 games for Southern Wesleyan, who comes in at 9-6 overall. 2-0 in the conference after a sweep over Emmanuel University this past Tuesday, I believe it was. That one's in there for a called strike. Cameron Akins inside the circle for Mars Hill. And Cameron has yet to see a loss. She is 7-0 on the season with a 1.43 earned run average, making her 8th start, 6 complete games, 2 shutouts, 9 walks, and 52 strikeouts. So be interesting to see how Akins and the Lions do once they start South Atlantic League play next weekend, not this weekend, but next weekend versus Newberry. So far, they've started off with a stellar season. So Crouch stands in here. And a swing and a miss. Nice pitch there by Akins. And does a little strikeout shuffle in front of the circle. Second baseman Reagan Fulcher, batting .238 for Southern Wesleyan. 42 at-bats, no home runs, 4 RBIs thus far in the 26 campaign. And that one's going to be taken off the elbow. And I thought for a second he was going to call her back in, but he does not. So sometimes you'll see that more so in baseball where the hitter will kind of move their shoulder, roll their shoulder in, or stick their elbow out. But irregardless, Fulcher is on the second base, and the designated player, Rebecca Lamb, stands in. That ball's out of the zone. Rebecca hitting .323, 31 home runs, 31 at-bats, rather. 2 home runs, 5 RBIs. For Lamb, and that pitch is up and out of the zone. Breezy day, pretty much blowing, looks like kind of center to right center. And if you get some high fly balls, they may leave the park here. Southern Wesleyan has 10 home runs on the season. And as previously mentioned, Mars Hill has 19. If you hear what sounds like a thunderous applause, we are directly over the Warrior dugout. And as the bats hit the top of the ceiling, it hits the floor here for us. So that is the raucous thunder that you hear. That one's going to be out of the zone, so a hit batsman and a walk. So 2 free passes. And the Warriors see themselves as runners at first and second. And the pitcher, Chloe Smith, stands in with a .317 average, 41 at-bats, 1 home run, 6 RBIs. And Olivia Haig stands on deck, leading the team in RBIs with 16. That pitch is in there for a strike. Warriors looking to continue on their 2025 season. And that's a ball into left field. And he's going to send runner home, and a head-first slide into the plate is Reagan Fulcher, scoring the Warriors' first run. So they take a quick 1-0 lead here. As I mentioned, the Warriors are looking to extend on a very good 2025 season. Head coach Clay Ardeeser and assistant coach Mallory Ardeeser, along with David Ardeeser and Bree McCall, have done a good job, not only in recruiting but developing the players here. So in the era of the transfer portal, it's really tough, even at the Division II level, to keep consistency year in and year out, as student athletes tend to want to head to what they may think is greener pastures. Give you a little bit of the sound that we hear above the dugout there. This one is off the plate, so Aikens struggling perhaps more than she's used to. Has only given up 9 earned runs on the season, 10 now. Two-0 count, 1 out. That one's in there for a strike on Olivia Haig. Olivia batting .349 on the season, 2 home runs, and as I mentioned, a team-leading 16 RBIs. Olivia also has 6 starts on the season inside the circle. Has 4 wins for the Warriors. as we have entered March. There's a line drive into right center field. It's going to one-hop the fence. There's one run for the Warriors, and head coach Clay Deeser is going to hold Chloe Smith up at third, so a run-scoring double off the bat of Olivia Haig. Makes it a 2-0 lead now, so Warriors have come out swinging the bats. First baseman Abby Lawson stands in, and we'll have a quick timeout as have a visit, probably just to settle Aikens down a little bit. As I mentioned, this is probably uncharted waters for Cameron, as she has a perfect 7-0 record on the season and has thrown a complete game in all but one outing, 2 shutouts. So Warriors have done a good job putting some pressure on Aikens, a hit batsman, a walk, and a couple of hits, including Haig's run-scoring double. Softball is the only action going on campus here today. We did have lacrosse scheduled at 5 o'clock, but that game was postponed as Truett McConnell was unable to make the trip today. We are trying to reschedule that game. Check SWUathletics.com for all Warrior athletic events, both home and away. Something new to Varsity Field this year is an RV park out in right field. So if you're a fan or a parent and you have an RV, drive it on down. Great seat out there on the hill. Apparently baseball parents have started a smoking pig section down at Dr. C. Keith Connor Field. So if you're a softball parent listening and only unable to come on the weekends, then bring your smoker or your grill. The press box will be glad to rate your food versus baseball. 1-2 count, 1 out. Warriors are runners on second and third here. And that one's going to be a called strike. And Abby a little either frustrated with the umpire or disappointed in herself for not putting that one in play. But regardless, there's a couple of outs. And catcher Abby Schreiner hitting .321, started all 16 games for the Warriors. 1 home run, 8 RBIs, and would be good for her to get RBI number 9 and 10. As we mentioned, a beautiful day. In fact, the Bradford pears are already starting to bloom here in South Carolina. Across from Varsity Field, they're supposed to reach close to 80 degrees here on March the 5th. We've had temperatures in the 70s last week as well, so getting an early taste of summer. 1-1, 2 outs. That one's going to go, looks like off her knee. So Aikens now with her third freebie here. Second hit batsman. And Abby's going to try to walk that one off. I think it got her in the knee. It was somewhere in that area. And that's going to be tough for a catcher. So hopefully that won't get stoved up on her. And Mars Hills now had some action down in their bullpen. So third baseman Megan Ware stands in with 2 outs here. 0-1 count. Megan hitting .237, no home runs, 5 RBIs, and fouls this one off the third base dugout. This will be a called third strike, so that will end the first inning, but not before the Warriors pick up a couple of runs. They do leave 3 stranded. But after 1 complete here at the varsity, it's 2-0 Southern Wesleyan.
If things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
Set us apart. We daily work to build champions in body, mind, and soul. It's who we are. This is Conference Carolina.
Top of the second inning here, and Southern Wesleyan leads Mars Hill 2-0. Second baseman Sadie Cecil, leading hitter for Mars Hill, steps in with a .431 average, 3 home runs, 24 RBIs. So Aikens had a disruptive bottom half of the first. We'll see if Chloe Smith can pick up where she left off in the top half of the first. Only had 1 walk, a couple of ground outs, and a fly out, so a quick first inning for her. And she fell behind the leadoff hitter in the first, and falls behind the leadoff hitter in the second now. 2-0 count. Cecil with a 3-1 count, and that one's in there for a strike. Excuse me. Full count now. As I mentioned, the Warriors are 2-0 in the conference. They played 2 4.5-inning games on Tuesday as they run ruled Emmanuel in both games. I could be mistaken, but I think both games were 8-0 or maybe 8-0, 10-0, something like that. And a called strike 3. Cecil was trying to sell it and make her way down to first base, but Smith battles back from the original 2-0 count to pick up the strikeout. First baseman Leah Grimes stands in. There's a fly ball down the right field line, going to be out of play. Grimes hitting .321, no home runs, 13 RBIs. Cecil, as I mentioned, is the RBI leader on the squad with 24. Maya Scholter, the catcher, who hits third, is second on the team with 17 RBIs. Two-one count. Fly ball right field, and Knopp is over to make the play. So a quick 2 outs now for Southern West, or for Mars Hill.
Now batting number 10, Cameron Sterling.
Right fielder Cameron Sterling. Another Mars Hill hitter over 400. She's batting .414, 2 home runs, 10 RBIs. Little flare out to first base that Abby Lawson takes care of, and quick 3 up, 3 down for Smith. Warriors will head to the bottom half of the second inning, up 2-0.
Legacy began in 1973. That was the year NCAA Division II was born. And since the very first day, our division has shaped generations of student athletes with a true sense of academics, athletics, and community. That is 5 decades of graduations, championships, teamwork, and personal development. 50 years of shaping student athletes into world-class leaders. NCAA Division II. Our division, our legacy.
Back here at the varsity. If you're from the Atlanta area, you're familiar with the varsity. We have one here in Central. Unfortunately, we don't sell food, but we got some good softball. We'll slap out to the shortstop, quick out. But no, they're going to say first baseman came off the bag. So good hustle there by Riley Brown. Speedster making it down the first base line, and first baseman coming off the bag there. So Madison Crouch now hits, instead of 1 out, nobody on, no outs and 1 on. There's a check swing in there for a strike. So I mentioned Madison still looking to get unleashed at the plate, just hitting .125 coming into the game. Fielding a stellar .941, and Riley Brown going to be in there for a stolen base. Going to be her 4th on the season. 0-2 or 1-1 count for Akins, back out in her 2nd inning of work. One, two, no outs. Riley Brown at second base. Anything to the outfield on the ground should score her easily. Crouch couldn't handle the off-speed pitch there, so she's down on strikes, and that brings up second baseman Reagan Fulcher, who scored the first run for the Warriors back in the 1st with a head-first slide into home plate. Fulcher batting .238 on the season. Got hit by a pitch her first at bat. Rebecca Lamb on deck, walked back in the 1st inning. Another nice off-speed pitch there. Got the Warriors' timing messed up just a little bit. I mentioned beautiful day here in Central. Track practice off in the distance beyond center field taking place right now. Ground ball back to Aiken and allows Brown to advance to 3rd. So Fulcher does a job in terms of advancing a runner, but they are 2 outs now. The designated player, Rebecca Lamb, standing in. The home track meet will be not this weekend, but the next. If you enjoy a track meet, make sure you make your way down. It is something to behold. A lot of activity in a small area. Entering the month of March, we just finished up February, which is the busiest month of the year, where every team is in some type of season, whether it be regular season or off season. The fall sports are in their middle of their non-championship segment, getting some practice time in and playing some spring games. Has a 1-1 count here with 2 outs on Lamb. Basketball teams just finished up their season. Men won their 1st round game over Francis Marion before dropping 2nd round game to Shawan in the tournament. Spring sports are fully underway here as the conference season has started up. Another foul ball off the bat of Lamb. Baseball is going to be heading to Due West Friday, Saturday to play the Flying Fleet of Erskine. And then we're on spring break next week, so campus will be slightly deserted. However, baseball, lacrosse, softball, and track will be having some competition. Ground ball to the 3rd baseman. And Sarver makes the throw across the diamond to end the half inning and the 2nd inning. We'll head to the 3rd. Warriors still up 2-0.
Campuses nationwide, the NCAA is making transformative changes for student athletes. While they pursue their biggest dreams, we're launching new initiatives to help them. Life-changing education opportunities are just the start. The NCAA is providing enhanced mental health services. We're guaranteeing scholarships and tuition and expanding access to healthcare. Visit ncaa.org/change to learn more.
back here at the varsity, and Daisy Sarver stands in. Make sure I got that pronunciation right. Yes, Daisy Sarver. Daisy hitting .302, a couple of home runs, 6 RBIs. And pretty much these Mars Hill batting order can hit top to bottom. As I mentioned, you got a few hitters with only 4 or 5 at bats, but once you get into the minimums there's 4 hitters hitting 400 or better, 6 hitting 370 or better. That's going to win some games. This one's going to be low in the zone, so the top half of the third is good so far for Mars Hill. Chloe Smith, much like the first inning, walks the leadoff hitter. And this will bring up center fielder Riley Waters. Ground ball over to Crouch, goes the short way for the out. Nice play by Madison. Probably would not have had a chance to get the speedy Waters heading down the first base line.
Now batting number 18, Alexis Manning.
Left fielder Alexis Nanny stands in. Alexis from Rutherford County, North Carolina. Mars Hill has several transfers that have local ties to Southern Wesleyan. A couple from Limestone, Lander, only about an hour and a half from campus, and Newberry, about an hour and a half from campus as well. So good chance the Warriors have seen a few of these players on other squads prior to the 2026 season. 2-1 count, 1 out. Slap back to Smith. She looks to second. Decided not to make the throw. A little miscommunication there between the pitcher and the middle infield, and then tried to adjust and make the throw to first and thought better of it. This brings up shortstop Bree Weimer. Bree batting .404, so she's one of those 4 that's hitting 400 or higher. Grounded out back in the first inning. Ground ball. Nice play by Crouch. Flips to second base there. And Fulcher gets the 4, so that was a run-scoring dive there by Crouch. That would have scored 1. And that brings up Maya Schulter.
Now batting number 7, Maya Schulter.
Maya from Frederick, Maryland. Oh for 1, flew out in the first inning, and there's a swing and a miss, foul ball actually. Maya leads the team in home runs with 4. Second on the team in RBIs with 17, all speed down in the dirt. That allows Weimer to reach second, so now Lions have runners in scoring position at second and third. That pitch is in there, just caught the top of the strike zone. That one misses inside. Good play by Schreiner. Have to keep an eye on Schreiner's leg. She got hit what I think might have been in the knee back in the, I believe, the bottom half of the first. So could be a good thing that she's having to stand up and down, keeping it loose. Could be a rough thing if she's having to get down to the catcher's stance repeatedly. That ball's foul just in front of third baseman Megan Ware. Chloe Smith, sophomore from Villa Rica, Georgia. Fouled off at the plate. Samaya will step back in, do it all over again as it's 2-2 count here. Another foul ball. So get it bad here by Schulter. If you're just now joining us, the Warriors jumped out to a 2-0 lead back in the bottom half of the first. A couple of walks, a hit batsman, a double by Haig, and a single. Picked up 2 runs off Akins, who has been the go-to pitcher for the Lions thus far this season. 7-0 on the season with a 1.41 ERA entering into the day's non-conference game. Wind still blowing, probably now blowing more toward, well, center field at the angle of the Flag Plaza. Schulter's going to draw a walk. So a little bit of adversity here for Chloe Smith. Bases loaded, 2 outs here in the top half of the third. And you've got cleanup hitter Sarah Rexroad batting .370, a couple home runs, 13 RBIs. Big swing and a miss there. Sarah was looking to put the Lions ahead 4-2 on that swing. Foul ball at the plate. A lot of foul balls thus far this afternoon. 2-man crew today. 3-man crew on Tuesday, with it being a Conference Carolinas doubleheader. So much like baseball, 3-man crew on a conference weekend. A couple of guys out there on midweek. That one misses inside. 1-2 count now. Swing and a miss. Ball gets away from Schreiner. She'll have to come in to Smith, and an errant throw allows Waters to score. So tough break there by Southern Wesleyan. That'll be a strikeout. A swing and a miss on a wild pitch, and unable to get them at the plate. Bases still loaded, but the Lions did cut the lead in half. Trail 2-1 as Sadie Cecil, the second baseman, stands in. Sadie is, go ahead and call her the leading hitter for the Lions, batting .431 with 3 home runs and a hefty 24 RBIs. Ground ball over to Fulcher. She'll toss to Lawson, to retire the Lions in the top half of the third, but not before Mars Hill scratches out 1. We'll head to the bottom of the third. Warriors still lead 2-1.
You played before that. Trying to have the thrill or something. And his white shoes.
White shoes FC, where by far the greatest team the world has ever seen.
Black Warriors FC, we're by far the greatest team the world has ever seen.
White shoes FC, where by far the greatest team
The world has ever seen.
Where by far the greatest team the world has ever seen.
Stepping in for the Warriors here in the bottom half of the third inning, leading 2-1. Chloe Smith hitting in a cleanup spot as well. Always got to be a good feeling as a pitcher when you get to hit. You know, you can immediately help yourself out and the team with one swing of the bat. Chloe batting .317, 1 home run, 6 RBIs on the season. And 1 for 1, picked up the first RBI back in the first inning off of a base hit. A pitch in there for a strike, pushes it to a 1-1 count. Long look in by Akins for Mars Hill in the circle. Ground ball. Nice play by Weimer, the shortstop for the Lions, to pick up the 6-3 on Smith. Brings up left fielder Olivia Haig. Olivia had the run-scoring double back in the first inning. Leading hitter for Southern Wesleyan, batting .349. Tied for the team league with a couple of other players, Lawson and Lamb, with 2 home runs, and the team leader in RBIs with 16. Olivia in her senior season, a transfer from Truett-McConnell University. As we mentioned earlier, ironically, Truett-McConnell was supposed to play lacrosse here this afternoon at 5 p.m., but that game has been postponed. Haig from Buford, Georgia. Pushes that to a 2-1 count. Warriors are active in the dugout. We'll give you a little listen. And as soon as I start to turn up the outside microphone, they stop. So we'll try to pick it up here later. There's a pitch in there for a strike. Evens the count at 2-2. So once they start their chants and the bats on the ceiling, we will turn that microphone up so you can get a taste of the varsity here. Ground ball rather out to the first baseman. So Haig is going to reach safely there. The left fielder is on with 1 out. And this brings up first baseman Abby Lawson. Abby batting .257, couple home runs, 10 RBIs. Abby struck out looking her first at bat. Haig over at first with good speed. Olivia has 3 stolen bases. So her along with Megan Ware, Chloe Smith, and Riley Brown all have 3. Actually, Riley has 4. She had one earlier in the game. There's a foul ball off. Out of play. Haig with a long look in to third base coach and head coach Clay Ardeeser. So we'll see if she is on the run here with an 0-2 count. One-two count on Lawson. Abby called Pope High School her home, with Marietta, Georgia being her hometown. Fly ball, center field, is going to fall just in front of the center fielder, Riley Waters. So Lawson's going to reach safely, and now with 1 out, brings up the catcher, Abby Schreiner.
Now batting, number 23, Abby Schreiner.
Abby reached first base earlier on a hit by pitch. Took that one off her leg, perhaps around her knee maybe. Hard line drive, but just foul. One-two count. Schreiner stands in with 1 out. Couple runners on base here. That one gets away from Akins, and it's going to allow both runners to advance. So now runners in scoring position at second and third. That one came out of the hand very quick. So Schreiner stands back in with a chance for a base hit to score a couple. And that one's going to be just out of the zone. So moves to a full count here. Another foul ball down the left field line. Shiner way ahead on a couple of these pitches from Akins. Swing and a miss there by Schreiner. It's going to bring up third baseman Megan Ware. Megan 0 for 1, struck out looking earlier in the game. Megan batting .237, started all 16 games for Southern Wesleyan. That one in there for a called strike. Off speed, just misses off the plate. High fly ball, center field. And Waters is going to be in there to take the third out. Warriors pick up one. We'll head to the bottom, or rather, none there. It's 2-1 as we head to the fourth inning. Back here in the top half of the fourth inning, and Leah Grimes, the first baseman, stands in for the Lions. Chloe Smith still pitching for the Warriors. 62 pitches now for Chloe. Has 3 walks, a couple of strikeouts, 1 earned run. Grimes 0 for 1 with a fly out first at bat. This one's going to be to Crouch. Nice play there by Madison. Crouch made a great run saving play rather earlier in the game. Diving glove side and making a quick flip to Fulcher covering second base. Cameron Sterling, the right fielder, back to Smith, who tosses over to the first baseman, Lawson. And just like that, we got a couple of outs now here. Daisy Sarver, the third baseman. No official at bat, has one plate appearance, walked earlier. As I mentioned, Mars Hill 15-3. Overall, that was going to be a foul ball at the plate. Beat the likes of Lynn. King had a game at Belmont Abbey. Looks like it was canceled or postponed. Beat Converse 6-5. Beat King 2-1. Beat Lees McRae 13-0 and 13-5. And beat Converse 9-2 and 12-3. So they've played a lot of Conference Carolinas opponents, including North Greenville. They took a doubleheader sweep. That one's back to Smith, so another 1-3 to finish up the inning. We'll head to the bottom half of the fourth. 2-1. Warriors. Center fielder Riley Brown leads off the bottom half of the fourth here for Southern Wesleyan. That one's in there for a called strike. Brown reached earlier. On an error. Stole second, now 0-2 rather. Yes, 0-2. Slap just over the third baseman, but foul. That one gets her feet to moving. 1-2 count. Swing and a miss in the dirt, so we'll have to make the throw down to first base, and that will be in time. And this will bring up the shortstop, Madison Crouch, who've made a couple of good plays in the infield today. Aiken's still out there for Mars Hill. Madison 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Struggled at the plate today, but has done a good job in the field for Southern Wesleyan, as we mentioned. Aikens came in with a good strikeout to walk ratio and has fanned 6 Warrior hitters thus far. But the Warriors got to Aiken in the first inning with a couple of runs, something the junior from Lander University has not used to see thus far this season. Swing and a miss. The count evens now, or rather goes to 1-2. Swing and a miss, off-speed pitch, going to get to the backstop, so Crouch is going to reach safely on what is called a strikeout, but brings up second baseman Reagan Fulcher now with 1 out. Pitch down in the dirt. Reagan 0 for 1 today with a hit by pitch, a ground out, and scored a run. Scored the first run with a head-first slide back in the first inning. So the Warriors' second baseman did much like the second baseman for the Reds back in the day with the Pete Rose head-first slide. Crouch on the run, picks up the stolen base, so puts a runner in scoring position with an out here. So we'll see if Fulcher can pick up her 11th RBI on the season. Base hit should score Crouch easily. And there's a base hit up the middle. And our Deeser is going to send Crouch to the plate. The throw is off. And so Fulcher is going to reach second base on the throw into the plate. Brings up the designated player, Rebecca Lamb. So as we mentioned, Fulcher's base hit picked up her 11th RBI on the season. High fly ball, left field, 1 out. And Fulcher's going to retreat back to second base. So Lamb, the high fly ball, but left fielder Nanny was able to get underneath to make the second out, or pick up the second out of the inning. And this brings up pitcher Chloe Smith. Chloe 1 for 2 with an RBI, also has a ground out. takes a strike. Entered the game hitting .317 with a home run and 6 RBIs. If you're local and watching the broadcast, you may want to take it slow down Wesleyan Drive. Central's finest may or may not be in the vicinity. Ground ball to the shortstop, and a nice play there by Weimer to end the inning. We'll head to the 5th. Warriors pick up one. They lead now 3-1.
Legacy began in 1973. That was the year NCAA Division II was born. And since the very first day, our division has shaped generations of student athletes with a true sense of academics, athletics, and community. That is 5 decades of graduations, championships, teamwork, and personal development. 50 years of shaping student athletes into world-class leaders. NCAA Division II. Our division, our legacy.
Back here at the varsity, Warriors still lead 3-1, top of the 5th. Attempted bunt there. Ground ball, Crouch with a nice play in the hole there. Picks up the first out here and brings up shortstop Bree Weimer. Ground ball over to Crouch again. Tough play, but a great play there by the shortstop in the hole. Just in front of the cutout. Maya Schulter, the catcher. 0 for 1 with a walk and a fly out. That one's in there for a strike. Chloe Smith pitching a very nice game for Southern Wesleyan. only allowed 1 hit, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. And there's another quick 0-2 count. Schulter standing in now, still 2-2 count with a couple of outs. The pitch from Smith down in dirt, so it's going to work to a full count. Swing and a miss, big strikeout by Chloe Smith. So that's going to end the top half of the 5th. Winner of the bottom half, Warriors coming to bat, still leading 3-1.
Campuses nationwide, the NCAA is making transformative changes for student athletes. While they pursue their biggest dreams, we're launching new initiatives to help them. Life-changing education opportunities are just the start. The NCAA is providing enhanced mental health services. We're guaranteeing scholarships and tuition and expanding access to healthcare. Visit ncaa.org/change to learn more.
Back here at the varsity, Olivia Haig, left fielder, stands in. Olivia 2 for 2 with an RBI and a run-scoring double on the season. And there for a called strike. Olivia came in as the team's leading hitter, batting .349. 15 hits, 2 home runs, 16 RBIs. So having another good offensive year. And doing well on the mound as she leads the team currently in wins with a 4-2 record, 1.91 ERA. 3-1 count. That one's going to be off the plate, so Haig's going to keep her perfect day intact with a walk here. And after an earlier stolen base, picks up 4 on the season. First baseman Abby Lawson sends this one down the right field line. Going to be just foul. So Haig will retreat back to first base. No outs, 1-2 count here. Lawson 1 for 2 with a strikeout. Struck out looking earlier in the game. Hit here to the outfield. Could push Haig to third base with her speed. Anything in the gaps could possibly score a run, and Haig's going to be off on the pitch, but going to be cut down 2-6 there. Called stealing. So 2-2 count now with one out. So Lawson will now hit with the bases empty here in the bottom half of the fifth inning. The Warriors can push across a couple more runs here and keep the Lions at bay for 6 outs. They'll pick up a big non-conference win in region action. Warriors 2-0 in the conference. Mars Hill yet to play South Atlantic Conference softball. They'll do that not this weekend, but the next, as they'll play the Wolves of Newberry. High fly ball, deep left field, and that ball is going to be out of here. Abby Lawson with a big solo home run for the first baseman. Going to be her third of the season, which catapults her into the team lead. And RBI number 11, 12 on the season. She had one earlier in the game. So big swing there off the bat of Lawson. This is going to bring up Abby Schreiner, the catcher. Kind of a change in pitchers here in Mars Hill. We'll take a break and get called back up. Abby Schreiner steps in for the Warriors here. Mars Hill with a new pitcher. The lefty now inside the circle. And that's going to be Carly Gentry, a sophomore from Limestone University. Carly making her 8th appearance, 4-1 on the season, 4.27 earned run average, 19 2/3 innings, 17 walks and 17 strikeouts. So unlike Akins, who had 9 walks and 52 strikeouts, Gentry is a little more susceptible to the free pass. That came after the blast off of Abby Lawson to push the Warriors' lead to 3. It's 4-1 now here in the bottom of the 5th with 1 out. So what came in as a possibly much anticipated explosion of runs has kind of generated to a couple of good pitching outings. So Schreiner's going to take off to first base on a walk, and we're going to pinch runner here as Megan Ware, the third baseman, steps in. Megan is 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a flyout in her previous 2 games. So I believe it's going to be possibly Shaylee Roper. Nope. It's actually going to be Hayden Williams, the freshman from Camden High School, out of Cassette, South Carolina. I have to admit, I've been around South Carolina a long time, and I'm not exactly sure where Cassette is, or even if I'm pronouncing that right. Hopefully I am. I'll do some research. Interesting to see where all the student athletes call hometown. Megan Ware, third baseman, as we mentioned, 0-2, steps in with 1 out. And Hayden Williams, the freshman pinch runner at first base. Gentry with the pitch off the plate. Long look in by Gentry. That went up out of the zone. Nice play there by Scholter, the catcher, to keep that one from going to the backstop. Third baseman Daisy Sarver walks over with a few words of encouragement to Gentry. Riley Brown awaits on deck. Ware with a 3-0 count now. Warriors dugout getting excited once again. That one's going to miss off the plate. So first and second now for Southern Wesleyan. The left-handed speedy center fielder steps in with 1 out here. The bottom half of the 5th, Warriors lead 4-1 over the 15-3 Mars Hill Lions. Warriors looking for their 10th win of the season, currently standing at 9-6. Brown with a slap-hitting approach. Takes that one for a ball. That one's in there for a strike, so Gentry evens it back up at 1-1. If you're familiar with the hill on the center field, right field area of the varsity, good crowd out there. Got about 7 to 8 vehicles in attendance, and including an RV as Brown swings and misses. So good speed at first and second. So far, the big swing coming off the bat of Abby Lawson with a solo home run down the left field line. Swing and a miss, so Brown will go down on strikes. This brings the top of the lineup in Madison Crouch. Madison's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. Her last strikeout was a wild pitch, so she was able to advance and ended up scoring. Scored back in the 4th inning. There's a pitch, lower half of the zone. Maddie's a sophomore from Morganton, North Carolina. hometown of Wes Smith, former baseball player at Central Wesleyan College back in the day. That ball's up out of the zone. Pushes the count to 1-2 now. Swing and a miss out of the zone, and I think there's a little bit of confusion there. Gentry thought that was only strike 2, so she took off toward the ball as the catcher rolled it out. Everybody else was heading toward the dugouts. And we're going to end the 5th inning 4-1 as we head to the top half of the 6th. Fans, welcome back to the varsity here in the top half of the 6th inning. Lions trail by 3. And designated player Sarah Rexroad trying to get something started for the Lions. Chloe Smith back out there on the mound. Gets ahead 0-1. Chloe with a heck of a game. That was her 85th pitch. She's had 11 ground outs, 2 fly balls, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks, and only 1 hit. And Madison Crouch has played a stellar shortstop today. That's probably her 6th, maybe 7th putout, or assist rather, on the season, or on the game. I'll get that out soon. But 1 hit given up by Chloe Smith. And that is coming to a team that came in hitting .350 as a team. And there's going to be the 2nd hit as Riley Brown made actually a nice play to pick it up on a 1-hop, but did a much better job of keeping the softball in front of her. Otherwise, that could have been a possible 2-base error there. First baseman Leah Grimes takes that one for a strike. Grimes 0 for 2, grounded out and flew out. As I mentioned, only 2 hits, 1 off the bat of Sadie Cecil, and then Daisy Sarver has what was the first hit for the Lions. 1-1 count, 1 out here on the campus of Southern Wesleyan University in Central South Carolina. Line drive, but right at Madeline Knopp. Makes the catch on the line drive, and alertly throws it back into Lawson to double off Cecil and to end any form of a rally by the Lions. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. Warriors still lead 4-1.
I'm a living
Second baseman Reagan Fulcher, who scored the Warriors' first run back in the first inning, as Southern Wesleyan jumped out to an early 2-0 lead. Mars Hill cut that lead in half in the third. Warriors picked up runs in the fourth and fifth, and we are in the top half of the bottom of the sixth. 4-1 Southern Wesleyan, so they'll look to pick up some insurance runs and get a quick 3-up, 3-down in the top half of the seventh. And Chloe Smith will look to pick up a complete game win. Gentry still in the game here for the Lions. As we mentioned, Gentry, a transfer from Limestone University. I believe we probably have 6 or 7 student athletes from Limestone that transferred in. Baseball has several. There was volleyball as well. So glad to see all these Limestone student athletes be able to continue their not only education but their softball career. And we do still have the video live just to give you a heads up. Catcher is smiling, so I know that probably looked a little scary when she stood up, but she is smiling and getting checked out by the athletic trainer. So we'll go ahead and stay right here as she's describing what happened is Schulter. Now the Mars Hill head coach is going to have a little discussion with the home plate umpire. I'm not sure this has much to do about the shake-up to the catcher. So now the home plate umpire is having a conversation with head coach Clay Ardeeser. And I'm not sure if that may be some chatter in the dugout that they're going to ask them to calm down a little bit on. But irregardless, we're going to get started here momentarily. 1-2 count on Fulcher, the second baseman. That one misses low, so pushes the count even to 2-2. Fly ball down the right field line is going to fall foul and just out of the reach of the right fielder Cameron Sterling. So Cameron Aiken started the game here from Mars Hill, brought a 7-0 record in with a 1.43 earned run average. And she is unable to win this game and is possibly set up to lose the game as a nice play there by shortstop Bree Weimer. So both shortstops today have had some really good fielding plays, especially Madison Crouch. I was saying she probably has 6 or 7 assists on the day, and she actually does have 7. Rebecca Lamb stands in now for Southern Wesleyan with 1 out here, 0-1 count. Heat starting to rise here in the press box. Getting a little warm outside. We're approaching temperatures of 78. Wind not quite as gusty as it was earlier in the game. And as I mentioned, it was blowing out pretty much the way the flag plaza is here, center to right center. We've only had one long ball, and that was to left field off the bat of Abby Lawson, first baseman. And there's a fly ball to center field. Should be the second out of the inning as Riley Waters stands in. So 2 outs now here in the bottom of the 6th. And home plate umpire is going to check the bat. He might have thought it. Chloe Smith, the pitcher, stands in. So Chloe, once again, an opportunity to help herself and the Warriors out. She'll hit here, and then depending on what happens, we'll head back out, to the 7th inning. And try to get a quick 3 outs to finish up the game here. 4-1 Warriors in the bottom half of the 6th. Chloe 1 for 3 with an RBI, 2 ground outs. Warriors don't have too many transfers. They tend to go with the freshman philosophy in recruiting. They've had a couple of junior college transfers over the past few years, but for the most part, they like to bring them in as freshmen and develop them as a student athlete and hopefully watch them graduate here on the campus of Southern Wesleyan and have a good career in softball. Pop up on the infield in foul territory, and third baseman Daisy Sarver takes it for the 3rd and final out of the 6th inning. We'll head to the 7th. Chloe Smith needs 3 outs to pick up a win here in Game 1 of the doubleheader.
Legacy began in 1973. That was the year NCAA Division II was born. And since the very first day, our division has shaped generations of student athletes with a true sense of academics, athletics, and community. That is 5 decades of graduations, championships, teamwork, and personal development. 50 years of shaping student athletes into world-class leaders. NCAA Division II. Our division, our legacy.
Right fielder Cameron Sterling steps in from Mars Hill. As we mentioned, Chloe Smith inside the circle for the Warriors, trying to finish this one up, and if she does, will be her 2nd win of the season. 3rd complete game. It's one thing the Warriors have this year is they have several really good arms. So in the past, that's whether it be by injury or just low numbers, always been able to swing it a little bit. Pitching was that one area that kept them from advancing later on in the season in the tournament, but they've got some good quality arms this year, so it's going to be really interesting to watch the pitching staff perform. That's going to be a line drive in front of Madeline Knopp, but she's going to fire it over to first base, Lawson, and get the 9-3. So the second caliber play there by Knopp. She doubled off her runner at first with a nice play a couple of innings ago. And now hard line drive produced the 9-3 as Daisy Sarver, the third baseman, stands in. Sarver's 1 for 1, has a walk. Ball misses just up out of the plate. 6 1/3 innings for Smith. 1 run. It was earned. Only 2 hits, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. For the sophomore from Villarica, Georgia. That pitch misses up out of the zone. So a 1-out walk here in the 9th inning. It's going to bring up center fielder Riley Waters. Riley entered today batting .300, 1 home run, 6 RBIs, takes that one for a strike. Mars Hill only a couple hours away from campus here. Making their way down south. Waters stands in with a 1-2 count. And that one's just off the plate. So we'll go 2-2 to the sophomore from Jacksonville, Florida. Prepped at Creekside High School. Foul ball just in front of the Warrior dugout. So we'll swing and a miss. And we're going to get a break in the action, perhaps a pinch hitter. Looks like it's going to be Sydney Hodges. Also a transfer from Limestone University. Sydney's batting .417. 3 home runs, 13 RBIs, so she has been a regular starter. Has missed a few games. But obviously Mars Hill trying to get her bat in the lineup here in the 6th, 7th inning with a runner on first. Hodges checks her swing there. As I mentioned, a transfer from Limestone, but calls Jonesboro, Tennessee home. And she'll take that one for a strike. So Lions down to their last out here in the last inning. Warriors trying to get one more out in the books and call this one over. Ground ball up the middle, going to get through. Brown up and over, so first and second now. And the tying run comes to the plate in the form of Bree Weimer, 404, no home runs, 14 RBIs. So we got some excitement here at the varsity here in the 7th and final inning, potentially. Breeze 0 for 3 with a walk, and there's a line drive into right center field. It's going to score one. And the good play by Brown to cut that one off and keep Weimer at first base. But it's 4-2 now. And Maya Schulter, the catcher, who has a walk and a strikeout. Schulter leads the Lions in home runs with 4. So Chloe Smith looking for a big out here. Falls behind 1-0. So Chloe Smith pitched to Jim. Ran into some trouble here, or rather back in the third and now here in the seventh. That was a called strike. Schulter in there. That one's going to be up out of the zone. 2-1 count. So a hitter's count here for Schulter. Infield and outfield are straight up. That one's going to be down out of the zone. Pushes it to a 3-1 count. That one's going to be down out of the zone, so that's going to force the bases loaded here. And we're going to have a visit with the infield. I do hear head coach Clay Ardeeser giving some words of encouragement, so this looks like this one's going to be Chloe Smith. And the designated player, Sarah Rexroad, who is 0 for 3 with a strikeout and a couple of ground outs, stands in. So it absolutely cannot get any closer than where we currently sit with the bases loaded. Warriors with a 4-2 lead here in the top of the seventh and 2 outs. We'll turn the on-field microphone up just a little bit to help you with the action. One count. 2 outs here in the top of the seventh. Bases loaded, 4-2. And Sarah Rexroad at the plate. The 1-2 pitch coming from Chloe Smith. Swing and a miss. And with that, ends the inning. And the Warriors pick up a 4-2 victory here in Game 1. We're going to take about a 30-minute break. When we come back, we'll get you caught back up with Game 1 if you missed all of it, and get you set and ready for Game 2. Fans, welcome back to the varsity after that 30-minute break. We are starting game 2 of this doubleheader with the Warriors picking up game 1 in dramatic fashion, 4-2. Lions scored a run in the 7th and had bases loaded with 2 outs before Chloe Smith finished up the game, the complete game win. And number 18, Alexis Nanny, the left fielder, leading off for Mars Hill. As we mentioned, Mars Hill came into the doubleheader batting .350 as a team, and Chloe Smith promptly did a job keeping them at bay for the most part. Bree Weimer Weimer, shortstop for the Lions. Pop up there to first baseman Abby Lawson, who makes the play. And this brings up Sadie Cecil, the Lions' leading hitter and second baseman here in game 2. Takes that one for a ball. Sarah Rexroad awaits on deck should Sadie reach here. And we will get the lineups to you momentarily. And that ball gets away. Annika McFarland on the mound today here in game 2 for Southern Wesleyan. That pitch just misses. That pitch is in there for a called strike. So Annika McFarland retires the side. And we'll head to the bottom half of the first. Warriors coming up to the plate. When we come back in the bottom of the first, we'll get the defensive alignment set for Mars Hill and go through the batting order for the Warriors. Welcome back to the varsity. Looking at Mars Hill. On the mound will be Vivian Stone. Behind the plate, Lindy Klein. Over at first base, Leah Grimes. At second base, Sadie Cecil. Bree Weimer will be the shortstop. And in the hot corner, Daisy Sarver will be at third base. Left field, sports Alexis Nanny. Center field is Brooke Hanson. And in right field, Sydney Hodges. Right fielder Marissa Moreland steps in for the Warriors. Get ourselves situated here. Get the live stats pulled up. If you're watching the broadcast, you can also have the live stats going if you wish. If not, we'll try to keep you up to date with everything that's going on. Marissa, fourth start on the season, 9th appearance, 14 at-bats, hitting .500. So looking to see if she can continue her hot hitting thus far in the 2026 campaign. Marissa is a freshman outfielder. Played at Ridgeland High School from Rossville, Georgia. That pitch misses. That pitch is out of the zone, and Marissa will reach first base. Brings up second baseman Reagan Fulcher. Reagan came into today's doubleheader, batting .238, making her 17th start on the season for head coach Clay Ardeezer. Vivian Stone making her second start on the season, 6th appearance. She's 3-1 with a 2.45 ERA. And she will be countered by freshman Annika McFarland from Hickory, North Carolina. Annika making her third start, 4th appearance. She is 1-0 with a 3.71 earned run average. Seeing if she can replicate the stellar pitching performance in Game 1 from Chloe Smith, and this one's going to fall foul rather. Warriors picked up their 10th win of the season, and the first game today. Mars Hill collected their 4th loss on the season. They're now 15-4. Warriors are 10-6 overall. And as we mentioned in Game 1, Mars Hill has yet to play any South Atlantic Conference games. They'll do that against Newberry, not this weekend, but the following. Southern Wesleyan picked up a nice sweep over Emmanuel on Tuesday. And a ground ball to Weimer, up and over to retire Fulcher. Good shortstop play from both teams here. Madison Crouch, I think, had probably 9 assists in the first game, including a couple of diving plays. One specifically shut down a rally for Mars Hill. And Bree Weimer, shortstop for Mars Hill, making some good plays thus far today. And this is Rebecca Lamb. Rebecca's behind the dish today in Game 2, spelling Abby Schreiner, who was the catcher in Game 1. Rebecca making her 11th start, batting .323 on the season, 2 home runs, 5 RBIs. So with her base runner at second, we'll see if Rebecca can get a base hit to the outfield and score Fulcher. And a base hit to the outfield. And no, hit just a little too hard, and a good play there by the center fielder, Brooke Hansen, for Mars Hill. And this brings up Game 1 winner, Chloe Smith. Chloe's the designated player today in this game. So first and third with 1 out, runners at the corners. While Chloe was hitting in Game 1 to help herself and the Warriors out, helping her team out here. And there's a ground ball just in front of the plate. It's going to be a tough play for the catcher, and it's close play but safe at third. Moreland could not advance as the ball was just in front of the plate. So now bases are loaded, and it brings up Olivia Haig. As we mentioned, Olivia came in leading the team in hitting with .349, had 2 home runs, 16 RBIs. And an opportunity, a great opportunity. Another little swinging bunt here, but that one's going to go foul. So another good opportunity. Warriors picked up 2 runs in the first in Game 1, and they are scratching for a run here in the bottom of the first again. Ground ball right back to the pitcher. Not going to be able to get the speedy Haig. And so the fielder's choice allows the Warriors to pick up 1 run, remain bases loaded here. As first baseman Abby Lawson, who had a solo home run in Game 1, steps in for Southern Wesleyan. Lawson picked up her 3rd home run of the season. Called strike there. Pushes it to a 1-1 count. Ground ball into right field. 1 run scores, and Coach Ardeeser is going to hold up Chloe Smith there. So a couple of hard hit balls through the infield. Unable to advance the runners on second, but they've picked up 2 runs once again here. There's a strike for Megan Ware. Another strike there for the 3rd baseman. Ware came in hitting .237, has also started all 17 games now for the Warriors, and that pitch is going to be off the plate. So bases are full of Warriors with a couple outs here. And the 3rd baseman, Megan Ware, be a foul ball down the first baseline. So we'll reset and start this all over. If you've been to the varsity, you do know that the pitcher's circle is going to be in the shade here momentarily. And the home plate area is going to remain in the sun, so it's going to be a little bit of an advantage for the pitcher going from shadows into sunlight as the press box slowly takes away the sun. That pitch down in the dirt pushes it to a 2-2 count. Ground ball. Tough hop for the third baseman, and she's not going to be able to throw them out. So an infield error there on Daisy Sarver. And this brings up the center fielder, Riley Brown. Madison Crouch awaits on deck should Riley reach safely. But the Warriors have now picked up 2 runs once again in the first inning, as they did back in Game 1. Brown attempting a bunt there, but has to be careful here, get it out and away from the catcher so there's no possible force play at the plate. Swing and a miss. And the slap hitting Brown. And a swing and a miss. So Vivian Stone gets out of the inning but does give up 2 runs. We'll head to the top half of the second. Warriors lead 2-0. Top of the second, Southern Wesleyan leading 2-0 here in the non-conference game against their South Atlantic opponent, Mars Hill. About 2 hours away from the campus here on Southern Wesleyan University. And Sarah Rexroad, the designated player, stands in, bringing a .370 batting average in. Couple home runs, 13 RBIs prior to today's doubleheader. Right fielder Sydney Hodges awaits on deck for the Lions. We've mentioned it several times already, but Mars Hill brought a .350 batting average into the game. And Chloe Smith did a good job of shutting them down and holding off a late rally in the 7th from the Lions. And thus far, McFarland is replicating Chloe Smith's efforts. Still early on here in Game 2, but as mentioned, the freshman from Hickory, North Carolina Big strikeout there. So Rex Road, the first out of the second inning, and brings out Sidney Hodges. Hodges pinch hit in that seventh inning. Normally in the starting lineup. Batting .417, 3 home runs, 13 RBIs. So second on the team in home runs. Hodges, a junior outfield. Jonesboro, Tennessee, as we mentioned back in Game 1, Limestone University. Pop up on the infield, and Madison Crouch is going to take the put out. Madison's struggling at the plate thus far this season, but what her glove has been giving the Warriors in the field at the shortstop position has been instrumental as Leah Grimes, the first baseman, steps in. Leah comes in hitting .321, no home runs, 13 RBIs on the 2026 campaign thus far. There's a strike called. Fly ball just going to be just beyond the reach of Fulcher at second base and falls in front of Marissa Moreland in right field and Riley Brown in center field. One count on Lindy Klein. Klein is the catcher here in Game 2 for Morris Hill. Klein comes in, getting her sixth start on the season, batting .125, 1 home run, 5 RBIs. That pitch up and away and get to the backstop, which allows Leah Grimes to reach second, now in scoring position with a couple of outs. Wind still blowing out pretty much to center field here at the Varsity. And there's a swing and a miss. So Annika McFarland retires the third out of the inning once again on a strikeout. We'll take a break. When we come back, Warriors will be batting the bottom half of the second, leading 2-0.
You played before that.
Should I have the trim or something?
And his West
Shows FC, where by far the greatest team the world has ever seen.
Warriors FC, we're by far the greatest team the world has ever seen.
West Coast FC, where by far the greatest team
The world has ever seen.
where by far the greatest team the world has ever seen.
Madison Crouch leading off the bottom of the second for Southern Wesleyan. Warriors leading 2-0. Crouch at shortstop. Trying to get something started here for Southern Wesleyan. Ground ball in front of the third baseman. They have to hurry up and not going to be in time. So an infield hit there for Crouch. Daisy Sarver just could not pick it up and get it across the infield quickly enough. Crouch with good speed. If you've got good speed and you get out of the box in a hurry, you have a good likelihood of an infield hit, especially a slow roller. And here's Marissa Moreland. Marissa walked her first at bat back in the first inning. There's a called strike, so Moreland 2-1 count here. That one's going to fall out of play. Two count on the right fielder. And there's a fly ball to right field. That's going to be about 10 to 12 feet in front of the fence as Sydney Hodges reels that one in. Second baseman Reagan Fulcher. 0 for 1, grounded out, her first at bat. Madison Crouch. Crouch down at first base. And off on the pitch and is going to be out. So a nice throw by the catcher, Lindy Klein. Warriors had a caught stealing back in game one as well, so a couple of good throws by the catcher. Keep Southern Wesleyan from a runner in scoring position, and 2-0 count, 2 outs here. Warriors up 2-0. Ground ball by the third baseman, Daisy Sarver. And this brings up catcher Rebecca Lamb. So Fulcher stands on second base with 2 outs in scoring position here. That one's in there for a called strike. Ground ball. Nice play by Weimer and a good scoop by the first baseman. So once again, stellar play by both shortstops ends the second inning. Warriors leave one on. We'll head to the top half of the third. It's 2-0 Southern Wesleyan.
Campuses nationwide, the NCAA is making transformative changes for student athletes. While they pursue their biggest dreams, we're launching new initiatives to help them. Life-changing education opportunities are just the start. The NCAA is providing enhanced mental health services. We're guaranteeing scholarships and tuition and expanding access to healthcare. Visit ncaa.org/change to learn more.
Back here in the top half of the third, Daisy Sarver, the third baseman, steps in for her first at bat of game 2 and takes this one for a strike. Annika McFarland out for her third inning of work. We're at that point in the game where the first baseman, second baseman, and right fielder struggle with the sunlight. And the pitcher at release is just about in the shadows, which is going to make it a little more difficult for the hitter. Going from shadows to sunlight. Nice swing there by Sarver. Brooke Hansen, the center fielder, awaits on deck. Misses out of the zone. 2-2 count now. Fly ball just beyond first base. And Abby Lawson runs out of room before she was able to make the play. As we mentioned a couple of times, nice day in Central and a lot of dog walkers out and about. That one just misses. Pop up on the infield, and Reagan Fulcher waves everyone off and grabs the first out of the inning. Going to bring up center fielder Brooke Hansen. Brooke making her 14th start, batting .237 on the season. 1 home run, 6 RBIs, 368 slugging percentage, and just shy of 270 on base percentage. Swing and a miss there. That one misses up out of the zone. So Brooke Hansen from Fremont, New Hampshire, Sanborn Regional. And there's a swing and a miss. 2-2 count, 1 out. Getting a little breezy in the press box. Cooling down just a little bit. Other than that, been a very nice day. I mentioned back in game 1 as well, lacrosse postponed this afternoon. Truett McConnell unable to make the trip from Cleveland, Georgia. And baseball cranks up tomorrow. Game 1 of the series, and then finishes with a doubleheader on Saturday. Swing and a miss for the second out. And this brings up the left fielder, Alexis Nanny. Pitch up out of the zone. One count or 1-1 count here. 2 outs, fouled off. Bree Weimer, the shortstop, will hit should Nanny reach base here safely. Warriors gave Mars Hill their first loss on the road. And that's going to be an out as third baseman Megan Ware picks up the third out of the third inning. And with that, we'll take a break, head to the bottom half of the third. We'll be back shortly.
If things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
Designated player Chloe Smith, cleanup hitter for Southern Wesleyan, steps in. Chloe 0 for 1 with the run scored. The fielder's choice back in her first at bat. Game 1 winner inside the circle for Southern Wesleyan. Pitched a really nice game earlier and comes in today hitting .317 on the season. Chloe's now started in all 17 games Southern Wesleyan has played, and she rips that one down the left field line. That's going to be a stand-up double for the sophomore from Villarica, Georgia. So Smith at second base. Warriors leading hitter and Olivia Haig, the left fielder, steps in. Olivia 0 for 1. Fouls this one off back, had a fielder's choice earlier. Another foul ball in front of the Warrior dugout. Head coach Clay Ardeeser showing off his prior first baseman skills from Georgia College and State University. Clay had a pretty good career there as a Bobcat. Played some independent league baseball prior to post-graduation. And I could be mistaken, but I believe he might have been an All-American maybe his senior year. I have to double-check that one. Haig stands in, full count now, no outs. Chloe Smith at second base. Time called. So Olivia heads down to first base, first and second now for Southern Wesleyan. And first baseman Abby Lawson, who had a solo home run in game 1 today, steps in with a chance for a couple of ribbies here. That one's down out of the zone, so 1-0 count quickly to Lawson. Abby 1 for 1 with an RBI. Back in that 2-run first for Southern Wesleyan. Ground ball to Weimer, flip to second, and Haig sliding in is going to be called out on the force play. Unable to turn the 6-4-3 double play. So runners now at the corners. And I think we're going to get a pinch runner here. Most likely. Megan Ware steps in, third baseman. Megan 0 for 1 with an RBI. So we will have a pinch runner at first base in the form of Hayden Williams. Williams pinch ran back in game 1 as well. So Megan Ware steps back in. 1 out here. Runners at the corners. That one down in the dirt. Good play there by Lindy Klein. Hayden Williams pinch ran in the first game, and I was curious where Cassat, South Carolina, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, is located. It's in Kershaw County. So I am very familiar where Kershaw County is, and now I know where Cassat, South Carolina is. That's the hometown of Hayden Williams. That one's in there for a strike. Retriever out in right field, back in action with the Frisbee, keeping the fans entertained. That one's going to miss out of the zone. So bases are now loaded for center fielder Riley Brown, and looks like we're going to get a pinch hitter maybe. Number 4. Nope. Well, number 1. Senior Shaylee Roper is going to pinch hit for Southern Wesleyan. Shaylee Roper getting her first look today. Hasn't started the game yet, but this is a 9th appearance. A couple of at-bats, 1 hit, so see if Roper, the sophomore from, rather the senior, from BHP, able to push some runs across for the Warriors here in the bottom half of the 3rd, extend their lead beyond 2 runs. 1-2 count. Swing and a miss. So a big strikeout there for Vivian Stone. And this brings up Maddie Crouch. My apologies. I believe I've been saying Madison Crouch the entire game, and I know full well her name is Maddie, so if I have, I do apologize for that. But Maddie Crouch is now batting, and back to the pitcher, but off of her glove, and everyone's going to be safe, and a couple of runs are going to score. And with that errant throw, runners are going to advance to 2nd and 3rd, so a 2 out from the 2 out. So Warriors now lead 4-0. So Maddie Crouch putting it in play, hard hit ball back to the pitcher off of her glove. Crouch able to beat it out. 2 runs scored, and an errant throw to home plate allowed Crouch and Ware to advance to second and third. This brings up the leadoff hitter, Marissa Moreland. So the right fielder is going to stand in with a couple of runners in scoring position, 2 outs. Deep fly, right field, 1 hops the fence. 2 runs are going to score. And Moreland in with a stand-up 2-run double. So a big hit off the bat of the freshman outfielder from Rossville, Georgia. Pushes across 2 more runs, 6-0 now, Southern Wesleyan. And this brings up second baseman Reagan Fulcher. Ground ball over to the second baseman, and that's going to end the 3rd inning here, but not before. Southern Wesleyan picks up some runs, big-time runs there, 2-out runs. We'll head to the top half of the 4th. Warriors lead the Lions 6-0. Annika McFarland back out inside the circle for Southern Wesleyan. Fly ball left field. Olivia Haig out, settles in for the first out here of the top half of the fourth inning. Warriors up 6-0, and this brings up Sadie Cecil, the Lions' top hitter. Coming into today's game, Cecil is 0 for 1, struck out looking. Batting .431, 3 home runs, team lead 24 RBIs, and she gets promptly hit by the pitch and will head down to first base. So 1 out, runner on first base here for the Lions. Sarah Rexroad, the designated player. That pitch up, she wanted it but laid off. In there for a strike to even the count at 1-1. We'd mentioned this is the first true road loss for Mars Hill. They have played 11 games neutral site. And the Warriors have done a good job of keeping the .350 hitting team at bay for the most part. Quality pitching outing by Chloe Smith in game 1, and just the same here in game 2 thus far for McFarland. This is the freshman's third start, 4th appearance overall, and does have 1 win to no losses on the season. Mallory Ardeeser, the assistant coach and pitching coach for the Warriors, done a good job with the squad, the staff this year. And Maddie Crouch retires Rexroad for the second out of the inning and brings Sydney Hodges, the right fielder, with Cecil still on first base for the Lions. That went up out of the zone. Warriors will head to Banner Elk, North Carolina on Saturday. They'll have their second conference series of the season as they will play Lees-McRae. Monday, spring break week, they will travel to Charlotte, North Carolina, play Johnson C. Smith. And then Wednesday, back in conference action, playing Belmont Abbey on the 11th before hosting Francis Marion on Friday and Emmanuel traveling to Franklin Springs on Saturday. So if you're interested in watching Warrior softball, you're going to have plenty of opportunities starting Saturday from March 7th until March 14th. They're going to be playing 10 games. Ground ball over to Fulcher, up, tosses over to Lawson to end the top half of the fourth. So nothing doing for Mars Hill here in the fourth inning. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth. Warriors still lead 6-0. Catcher Rebecca Lamb stands in for Southern Wesleyan here in the bottom half of the fourth inning with the Warriors leading 6-0. Lamb 1 for 2 with a run scored. Has a ground out and takes that one off the knee. So for the second consecutive game, the Warrior catcher has been hit by a pitch. Game 1, Abby Schreiner took one off around the knee area, and here in Game 2, Rebecca Lamb takes one around the knee area. Chloe Smith, the designated player. We've mentioned it several times, had a great game inside the circle. Looks like we're going to have a pinch runner for Lamb. It's going to be Sarah Woody, sophomore from Dacula, Georgia, Mill Creek High School. So Woody runs for Lamb. Woody getting her 6th appearance in a game. Has scored 2 runs on the season, doesn't have an official bat thus far. So a few pinch running appearances here. Chloe Smith 1 for 2 with a couple of runs scored and a double. Late strike call there. Gets the Warriors dugout. Ground ball. Third baseman Sarver makes the play. And so Smith will make a run back to the dugout, and this brings up left fielder Olivia Hake. Olivia 0 for 1, also has a walk and a fielder's choice. Runner in scoring position here with 1 out. That one is up out of the zone and to the backstop. And so Sarah Woody, pinch running for Rebecca Lamb, advances to third. And in doing so, puts herself 60 feet away from the 7th run for the Warriors. Lindy Klein good play to keep that one from going to the backstop. Had some stirring in the Lions bullpen. Pop up on the infield, going to be just in fair territory. And first baseman Leah Grimes keeps the ball from popping out of her glove to pick up the 2nd out. And this brings up first baseman Abby Lawson. 2 outs, and Woody still hanging out at third base. Looking to pick up a run. If you were with us in Game 1, Lawson had the solo home run. Just to the left of the scoreboard, if you're familiar with Varsity Field. And that one's going to be lined into right field, so Woody will come in and plate the first run of the 4th inning and the 7th run overall for Southern Wesleyan. So another RBI single for Abby Lawson. This brings up third baseman Megan Ware. 0 for 1 with a run scored, an RBI, reached on a walk and an error. So it's been on twice today. going to miss out of the zone. 1-0 count. For the sophomore from North Carolina. Swing and a miss. Ware came in today batting .237, and as previously mentioned, has played in all 17 games now. Started in all 17 games now for the Warriors. That one's going to be a strike, but it's going to get away from the catcher. So that one thought to have been off the plate by head coach Clay R. Deeser. Catcher got some leather on it, but it did get to the backstop, but it was a called strike, and that went down in the dirt. So Klein doing a good job there. We are sitting at 2-2 with 2 outs. Ground ball to the third baseman. Sarver up and over to retire Ware. But the Warriors pick up another run. We'll head to the 5th inning. Southern Wesleyan leads 7-0. Annika Moreland out for her 5th inning of work so far has shut down the Lions. A very good outing here. Only allowed 1 hit thus far. No walks, 5 strikeouts. So the freshman doing a really good job keeping this .350 hitting team at bay. First baseman Leah Grimes fouls this one off. Grimes is 1 for 1. Actually has the only hit in the game for Mars Hill. And the only one of 2 to reach base safely today. Grimes, as we mentioned, with a hit, and Sadie Cecil was hit by a pitch earlier in the game. Swing and a miss. Just got a piece of it. Two-two count, no outs here early in the 5th inning. All-speed pitch messes up her timing, and Abby Lawson picks up the first out of the inning. This brings up the catcher, Lindy Klein. 0 for 1 with a strikeout. As I mentioned, no walks, 5 strikeouts for McFarland, and a lot of fly ball outs. 7 to be exact. Seven fly ball outs, 1 ground ball. And that's going to be a called strike. That one's in there for a strike. Second baseman Fulcher now feeling the effects of the sun dropping down behind the press box. Pitcher's circle, third base, first base entirely in the shade now. And it's becoming increasingly more difficult as the shadows have reached about the halfway point between the circle and the plate. And a portion of home plate is starting to get into shadows. Swing and a miss. So Klein will head back to the dugout. Brings up third baseman Daisy Sarver. 2 outs here. That one in there for a strike. Mentioned Southern Wesleyan 10-6 now overall. Opened up tough competition in the Embry-Riddle tournament. They only came away with 1 win in 5 games. They played some stiff competition. Then got some games. Picked up some wins in the Lander tournament. Now starting to get into a groove here. Pop up just in front of the fence and just out of the reach of the sliding first baseman, Abby Lawson. So Sarver stays alive. Couple outs here, 2-2 count. Approaching the 6 o'clock hour. First game started at 2. That one just out of the zone, so Sarver's going to reach with a 2-out walk. Brings up center fielder Brooke Hansen. Hansen is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. And we're going to have a visit to McFarland from assistant coach and pitching coach Mallory Ardeeser. It's going to be 78 total pitches, 4 2/3 inning. And so this might be just an opportunity to see how she's doing. Only giving up 1 hit, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. That was her first walk of the day. She has 7 fly ball outs, 1 ground ball out. So has has kept the Lions at bay so far. And as we mentioned, center fielder Brooke Hansen steps in. Sarver at first with 2 outs. Leadoff hitter Alexis Nanny awaits on deck should Hansen reach safely. And that's going to be in there for a strike. That one's just misses. Takes it to an even 1-1. Pop up down the first base line in foul territory, but the out is made this time by Abby Lawson. And so with that, we'll head to the bottom half of the 5th. When we come back, the Warriors are now 1 run away from finishing this game up. We'll be back soon. Back here at the varsity. And looks like Madeline Knopp is going to get a net bat here in game 2 as the right field starter in right field. So I believe Knopp is hitting technically for, well, actually for Riley Brown. So as we mentioned, exiting the top of the 5th, we're in the bottom of the 5th now. Warriors pick up a run here, and they will walk this one off with the 8-run rule. Warriors never got an opportunity to hit on Tuesday against Emmanuel in the bottom half of the 5th, as both of those games ended due to the 8-run rule after 4.5. So while it is nice to pick up some run rule victories in the long run, the Warriors lost almost a full game of at-bats on Tuesday. So it does limit playing time for a good number of players. Kind of a catch-22, honestly. Big swing and a miss from Knopp. And that was going to be foul balled off in front. Warriors are a perfect 5-0 here at the varsity this year. That's going to miss. So runs the count to full here for the freshman outfielder from Sharpsburg, Georgia. That pitch up and away, so Knopp's going to draw a walk, leadoff walk here. And this is going to bring up another pinch hitter in the form of freshman Madison Gant from Woodstock, Georgia. Gant getting her 4th at bat of the season. That one gets away from the catcher, so Knopp's going to make her way down to second base, and she represents the game-winning run there. That pitch low. So Gant potentially could have her biggest at bat of her short career. Base hit could possibly score the winning run and close out the doubleheader sweep for the Warriors. Big swing and a miss there. Pushes the count to 2-1 with no outs. Two count now. Swing. Nope. Going to call that a foul ball, I believe. Marissa Moreland waits to hit next for Southern Wesleyan. Unless we have another pinch hitter. That ball is going to be out of the zone, so pushes it to a full count now. Good at bat here by Gant. Fouling a couple of pitches off, working their way to a full count. That pitch down in the dirt, so Gant will draw a walk. And this is going to bring up, this is going to bring up Moreland, so she will hit in her spot. Moreland is 1 for 2 with a couple of RBIs, a double and a walk. So Gann at first base run means technically nothing, because if Knopp can score, this one is in the books. Line drive, right field. Nice catch made by the right fielder. Game-saving catch actually made by Sydney Hodges in right field. That one drops. Knopp is going to score easily, and we're going to have, I believe, a pinch hitter in the form of Cassie Swink.
Now
So Swink steps in. Be her 4th appearance, 6 at bat. Swink is a two-sport athlete here at Southern Wesleyan. In the fall, suits up for the volleyball team, and in the spring here for the softball team. Swink comes in from Cleveland Community College, North Carolina resident. Ground ball just foul. So several Warriors getting an opportunity here in the 5th inning to get some good at bats, get some experience, and also get a chance to walk this one off. So head coach Clay Ardeeser taking advantage, as we mentioned just moments ago, how the run rule, while it can be good, ground ball up the middle past Weimeyer, and this one is going to be in the books as the Warriors pick up an 8-0 lead and an 8-0 victory and sweep the doubleheader versus Mars Hill Lions. So Southern Wesleyan came in at 9-6, finishes the day 11-6. Mars Hill came in at 15-3, finishes at 15-5. While the Warriors scored some runs today, no doubt, pitching was the name of this game. Mars Hill came in with a .350 batting average, and both Chloe Smith and the freshman Annika McFarland pretty much shut down the Lion hitters and take the doubleheader. Glad you're able to join us today. As we mentioned, Southern Wesleyan on Saturday will start a 10-game outgoing season. Spring break is upon us. Softball will be living the dream. No classes and playing softball all week.